What's up? What's up? Alright. So this is the second part of the trial for the day. Which I think this is the final day, isn't it? Or is this only technically the second trial? Court will now reconvene for the trial of Lana's guy. Emma didn't come back. Want me to call the next witness? The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh yeah, we're interrogating Marshall now. Or we're cross-examining his statement. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Is he drinking on the stand? Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a wandering man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. I wish I could go back and read that, because I accidentally just press A through it. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day that the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us the testimony on the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep an wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. Just an innocent traveling man. So you're out of ammo. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beaker, but you don't see me complaining. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. What about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence locker? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, well, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. The judge's demeanor changed a lot. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? Just made sure nothing removed in the security camera monitor. The room's so still that even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You entered them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual was recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. Jesus. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but this isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. Afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. That's true. So Marshall, on the day of the crime, Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, boom, beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 bap, boop. We have his handprint. The room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. I doubt this will give me any new information. Used to be a detective, so you're used to the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in my day, the locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. They had bikes in the Wild West. Sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of the presence. Doesn't seem like it's relevant. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? Drinking. Eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta. What the heck? You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? Yeah, Edgeworth is on thin ice. Okay. Figured that would have been where to present it. Rooms protected. If I remember right, I was in a street side saloon at the time it went down. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, but to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Yeah, he's gonna say that it's from when he pricked his head on a cactus. Or pricked his hand on a cactus or something. It's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happens to be at the same place as a bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Murderer was wearing gloves. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. I don't see a contradiction there other than the murderer wearing gloves. pay your respects once a month. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. It'd be strange my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. What about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. My locker is covered with my fingerprints, it just so happened. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, you ain't getting no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You want to know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. They're as different as night and day, kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, and one's got to do with the type of murder. Seemingly alike, they're totally different, because they're homonyms. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know the murderer was wearing gloves? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There's a blood stain on the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. It's found on Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. It's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and it's this, the security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? Want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, video is all you've got. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. No time for your speculations, right? If you could show us evidence in this video that evidence that Marshall was present, please show it now. Is it like something's there and then something's missing? I also don't think he was there during the time of the murder. Wait a second. I do see it. Show evidence. Yeah, I see it now. Bam, 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 bam. There's nothing there in Marshall's locker. Marshall snuck in with Meekins. Still nothing there. Meekins is on the ground. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid I'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8. Not bad. Key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with a white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now let's rewind the video a bit. White cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker while the camera was turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault you happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. Prove it. Fingerprint sensor. Talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Gumshoe did mention something about this. The locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? He's got jerky? I only got one word. No. Why? Explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've heard. I assure you this is no joke, Marshall. Please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room, yet Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. The only possible conclusion. Where was Marshall at the time of the crime? Is it trying to trick me? Because, like, he could have just been hanging out here. There's no way Meekins would have seen him. He's not in the line of sight. But it's only showing me 2 people. Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Meekins didn't... Better reload. Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. This means the only place he could have been... Where was Marshall? Okay, yeah, so it's not trying to trick me. Meekins didn't see him. Meekins would have been over here. So, like, he'd have to have been right there. What? Put a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... Where was Marshall at the time of the crime? So he's not over here. He wasn't the killer. Oh, no, this is Meekins. God. That's right, Meekins is the killer, they're saying. God. Officer Marshall was standing right here. But that's where the victim was. Detective Goodman, yeah. I mixed up Goodman and Meekins because Meekins didn't kill anybody. Meekins didn't even... Meekins got the shit beat out of him. Unless the man wasn't Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. Who was you, dressed up like Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he knew for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked to show his card. How did Detective Goodman respond? He pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card... If the man had his ID card, why didn't he show it? He would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Goodman's picture is on his ID card. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Meekins would have realized that it wasn't Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Marshall? Got quite an imagination, partner. I got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it. Gonna have to do a lot of that. A lot better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Marshall dressed up as the victim? Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. So obvious. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. That would be what Mia used to tell me. Try thinking outside the box. I should look for proof that Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about. I shouldn't try to prove that Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Marshall to open the locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did it, despite the chance that it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. What exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so the video is my only shot. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness. put away a white claw. I mean, it's the jacket, right? Jacket covered in blood. For some reason you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, although I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Yeah, it would have to have been because of the bloody white coat. Now then, Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now. Now, would we? Sir Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. Well, Meekins scot-free. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. There's way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. Couldn't stand by and let it die. Let what die? SL9. Yep. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? The case is closed. The only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of the investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why'd you disguise yourself as Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So he did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. He could have just shown his own ID card. But whatever. That really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall, so essentially you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could have because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Pulled a knife on Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would come in during that short time. Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Yeah, Meekins is actually a good officer. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way with me knocking him out and everything. What happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? So you knocked Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long. I didn't think it would make a difference. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. Bloodied your coat and in your struggle with Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it there. What was Meekins doing? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. There wasn't a murder. But the blood clearly indicates a crime took place. Victim is me and I'm not dead. So you stole evidence from that locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Sir Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Fitzman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Sir Marshal, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember it. I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. No, well, it's Japan, so I don't know if they have the Fifth Amendment. Why did you do this? Stealing an ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't be forgiven with just a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one is mine, and I'll do everything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal, let's hear more. I just can't forget, I can't just forget SL9, you know why? That case was solved, wasn't it? The reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted. One thing I could say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's one thing that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think the real reason is. I have a feeling he'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Yeah, I think it's because victims Neil Marshall. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about SL9. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name 2 years ago. He was a prosecutor. He received the same lousy prosecutor award that you got. Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed and the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's it? That's your reasons for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. At least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department the day of the crime. That was the last day SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime, Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There's yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Her sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. The testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. Ever response, make it a single word or less. Ugh. Rest my case. I've got nothing. This trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape was really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. I mean, what did you expect? Time for this verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense, please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute, I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file, but that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found. No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. Did you find something? No. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood were the only clue we have. Yeah, it's kind of weird. No, it's not. I guess it could still have been a coincidence that the fingerprints were from that same handprint. Like, I can see that being a thing. Traces of blood were the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please. Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? Appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered here. Is there any problem with this? Find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... What could be wrong with the handprint on Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Yeah. I don't see how that handprint got there. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems to be clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at these floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look. Something is missing. Something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah. Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? The Blue Badger. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Wright. Please look at the floor plans. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Surprised it took you a while to figure that out, Edgeworth. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. That means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put them there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger into the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just a moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. And that would make sense why there's so much blood. One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Okay. Okay, Phoenix. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? Show evidence that proves when it happened. When did the first incident occur? Defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proves this. When did the first incident occur? As Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece that can show that. What shows when the first piece of evidence took place? The crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it, and in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would have to have been 440 Miles Edgeworth or 420 Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It does take a lot of thought to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean that the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. There's only one remaining card number, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. It's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Edgeworth, look into this ASAP. Find out who this ID number is. It's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. Explain yourself. The ID number belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Like maybe chief of police? Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Well, that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such an authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? All alike, aren't you, with your cover-ups and your forgeries? That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I'd appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. No, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Anna. Nobody's stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777777. Don't play me a fool. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9? It's for me this. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question? Heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again. During that trial, did you present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? I don't have to, Marshall. I want you to answer him. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved, even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. Wano's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to happen the following day. Damn. February 24th, Wright & Co. So sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly, that's why she used me. That's why she used what happens. She used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What do you have to do with these killings? On the night Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you? Yeah, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once we finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw burned a permanent picture in my eye. I can still see it now. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That's why that must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known that he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumor about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. Do I know Henry Stickmin? Isn't that the games made by the Among Us devs? Before they made Among Us? She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see the instant the crime occurred? Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Damn. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Jesus. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Jeez. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me. You said you were in Lana's office at the time. That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, why was he being chased by a prosecutor? There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. By the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why'd he run all the way to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, she was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Damn. Better have another talk with Lana. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you, about how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in about the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Yep, today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. At trial, it wasn't really fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. After that trial 2 years ago, I sold out my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me that's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. We still talk about the cases that she and Chief Grant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved cases before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crimes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecution's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yeah. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It's the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Marshall and Gant let down their guards and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? Appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Dr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right, quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. The case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case might just not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yeah, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Okay. I don't see Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Alright, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambino. Mr. Marshall. I thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? Should have known my luck had run out when this old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Where are you headed? Just over to the prosecution's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? 'Cause I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all detective thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip. That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy where a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there was a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? The case left behind scars on all of us. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? What are you looking at me for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of. His star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. About Goodman. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would have get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Grant and Lana Skye. Investigation team, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. What happened to my sister? Sorry, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it? It's enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him the evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Place is always empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. If you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is usually the word used for those. I'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building, take the elevator to the top floor. I mean, it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the chief's office. Okay. Where am I? In the chief's office. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Thought I was a genius. I never could remember where C was. Oh, there's Gant. It's you two, Chief Gant. He's putting that paper. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how the time flies. See that big picture over there on the wall? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up, so let's go out together. This office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems like this case isn't over yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. There must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey pal, Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking my breather. A breather, my feet hurt. From sitting? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Either of you seen Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's still under fire from both the police and the prosecutor's office. Sounds like the battle's between you two in court. Sounds serious. Because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe for those who didn't like him. But now with this, are there so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay Dick? Yes sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Edgeworth might just crack. I took a look at the file earlier while coffee was brewing. Did you find out anything? The only evidence Joe Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean, when he killed Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. What was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had to do with the murder weapon. It's all written in here. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Made him get into serial killing. On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. An accident, but it transformed him into an animal. Killed a man. Kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. When he was burying the bodies, a jogger came by and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. Witnessed by someone, luckily Dark was arrested. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. There's no sword. On the thing anymore. That has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe that would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case been closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. And the day Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it came back to me. This knife was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right, we traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus he had his fingerprints on it too. No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? As far as luck ran out. Take a good look at the knife, you'll see that it's broken. Don't have to take a good look to notice that. Well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip was found. That's what did him in. The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. It matched Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. Pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, a knife tip was in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. There you have it, that's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? If it's money, you should ask Chief Gant. It does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Any detective's ID can unlock the door. Really? If I let a civilian, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this one? It was Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. That's it. That's the king of prosecutors. Why is it broken? I'll tell you what it is later. He was sentenced to death. Jeez. think I've seen it somewhere. From one of those places people have... One of those memories people have from previous lives. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that before? Lost item report? Okay, doesn't know anything else about that. This guy almost made us lose the case today. He was guarding that blood stain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. When I first started, he gave me a small cactus. Said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. I believe he's just a patrolman now. Why are you looking at me like that? I need to show him something to let me in. No one's here, not even Miss Star. Proved in court, no one was murdered in the evidence room. Looks like we just ended up making Lana look more guilty. Wonder if Edgeworth is back. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Sure is quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I have to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling. First, let me see what this girl's crawling around at my feet. Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, Wright? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one should forgive me either. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. That might convince Gumshoe. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it breaks down to. Nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error, my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. Fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why it has come to this. Are you up for tomorrow's trial? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on a trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was the only thing in my mind at the time. We just saw a picture taken around that time. Could you tell us what happened that day, the day Goodman was murdered? You're only participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? Never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up? Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. Story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. Picture is hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. That's the pot, too. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. The trophy Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yeah, you're right. I remember now. That was what the official prosecutor trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Simple. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd and the second meaning shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that, but why don't you tell it for Emma's sake? Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but in the end you've heard this story before. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. That's kind of funny. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize, precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth, I learned something new today. That's funny. Even so, why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Okay. Nice talking to you, Edgeworth. Excuse me. Star is here now. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort. Kind of like the first person who's ever sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Lana Skye. Best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Guy and Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn, that's my take. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation while with Lana in second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? His ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Oh yeah, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it the more infuriating. All the more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office only 2 years ago, didn't she? Thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position to Chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then nothing could stand in his way, the prosecutor's office. You don't mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure, ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Thanks, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office. Keep my neck on the line. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way, Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. That's it. I've made up my mind. Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If somebody found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I might be in trouble. So at least let me do this for Edgeworth's sake. Tucked swiftly into pocket. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Beep beep. If anyone finds us now, Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek. Gah! She slapped him again. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't know you could even slap a ghost. Gumshoe? What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, what's the point in you giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Don't do that to my card. Oh, God. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around. Besides, we're in this together. Really want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? This is entirely Chief Gant's office. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. He leaves it as a warning. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated. Ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's not your only reason for coming here, is it? Why do you ask? You don't think... you wouldn't be... There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Hey, hold on. Not so fast. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to start bothering... It's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't let it go at that. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. This is a safe, isn't it? Looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel. 7-digit number. I might just know what it is. I have a hunch. Input code. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday? 7777777, the final ID card number on the record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. I think you're 17 shy this time. It can only mean one thing. It's Chief Gant's ID number. Anyone care to look inside? Is there money? How much does he have stashed? Look, it's a card from a broken cup. Something else here too. It's like a piece of leather cloth with a hand on it. Saw someone wearing a shirt like that. You think Chief made up this design? This is all that was in the safe? Piece of cloth and a broken shard from a cup. prove the relevancy. How are these two related to the SL9? Present. Take a look at the car, this jar. I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those are the days. It was like yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. It's ring any bells, you know that fragment we just found? Now they mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. It's like a charm. That means Chief can't willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. Conceal a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Get a load of this. Piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Why would Gant hide it in his safe? And then, why would the leather handprint mean anything? Anything about... No. Extremely thin rubber glove. This knife belonged to the murderer Joe Dark. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't be found guilty. Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten into Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether it's called a scarf or a muffler. Look at the size of Gant's desk. Well, you're here earlier. Put that paper he was reading into his desk. Wonder what he was reading. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long. Look at the case name. SL9. I wonder what this is doing here. About evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Better look a little more into this list. what this is. It looks like some kind of sketch. Someone drew some kind of sketch here. Can't make it out, better keep quiet about it. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? Do not forget about this picture. Okay. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe working, now this. You mean we're paying for it? That's it. I'm not paying one more cent of my taxes. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get out. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor and this is the 15th. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. Aren't Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyways. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. Just saying. Since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to prosecutor's office. A small fixture frame. This is when Lana and I went to a theme park. Lana's desk sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Chief Gant must keep it clean. In memory of their partnership, there is stuff of legends. This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. Gant also wears gloves. After receiving his award, Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief and Gant to question Dark. Chief Gant. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. So I need something to prove that that cloth is part of... Only one number left to investigate the victim. Somebody with an executive office number. Oh, Chief was reading before when we first came in here. Something's been bugging me. Take a look at the back of that form. Okay, I'm just gonna present him everything. Because I wanna... What was the piece of it doing in the chief's safe? Why wasn't there any money? Not your fingerprints we want to take. Talking about the cloth that we found in the safe. Oh, there we go. The one with the handprint on it. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, and once they've been absorbed, blow the rest away. Like, that doesn't prove it's related to the case. Gave it my best shot. Kind of result won't be good for matching prints, but it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result. Let's try a different finger then. Oh. This one's pretty good. It's not Gant, it's not Meekins, it's not Marshall. Almost Goodman. It's not Gumshoe, it's not Sky. It's Emma. How could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Whose fingerprints were they? Seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. They'd be Dark's fingerprints. What's going on? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth. Evidence for something, but what? By any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I walked into my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. You in the coat? Drop your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Damn. Now get out. We'll be on our way too then. You're the one without spiky hair. Don't go yet. The one without the spiky hair, I'd like a word with you. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Look, pal. I've told you 1,000 times, I've told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits, but no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, I think I'm starting to get the picture, but why has she kept it so eerily silent? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe. After that I heard from Emma, she said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it, tomorrow's the final day in court. I've committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over the past few days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important, something I told you right at the beginning. I said it was I who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job of mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one else can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was a little more perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who is this person you're thinking of? The one I am so frightened of? What is this person's name? Homeless guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? You're partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both of you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it that Chief Gant was not? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you and one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. Perhaps I should say follow orders. Yeah, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, it had this knife stuck in it. Knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. Couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it and stabbed him with another knife. That'd be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yeah, it seems like I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective in the evidence was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what had happened, to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Truth is, after I received orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall, why would you do that? The lead investigator for SL9 had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Save. Ooh, it's a two-part trial. Defendant's lobby. This is the defendant lobby again, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Alana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 number is. I have a strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. The only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does not belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. It depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Ooh. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what happened, but Chief Gant has on her, it's now. District Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Normally this is when prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but before that the police chief has a proposal to make. Poof. Morning folks, how's everyone doing? Ajib, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I object. Okay, never mind. What's this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. It has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. It appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Yeah, Edgeworth. Thank God. One moment, Your Honor. Prosecution has not proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you be a good boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Damn, well said. Court shall grant the prosecution's request. That okay with you, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Hell yeah. And here's Emma, finally. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. I mean, if the prosecution's bringing it up, then please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's about to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Something about that's already weird. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out, I don't remember much. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent. Defense may begin its cross-examination. Well, I already know the contradiction. I don't need to press anything. Emma, you're doing great. What? Okay, maybe I do need to press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at a police department, correct? Second in command under then Deputy Chief Gant. Sister, she was the best detective ever. I remember, Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. I dreamt about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished work. A man came rushing in and took me hostage. A man? Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. He was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. was a lot of noise, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? There were two people present during Dark's questioning. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall had received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight into the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came in, right? I don't remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Then the lights went out. It was about this time of year, there was a terrible storm, the lightning struck nearby, so the electricity went out. It was pitch black in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything. Right, but then a lightning flashed again outside. The sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective what I saw then. Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. So you spoke with Goodman about this 2 years ago? That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Goodman about what you saw. At the time the words just wouldn't come out, that's why I just drew a picture. Have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Okay. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I wanted to do everything I could help. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. I took over the case after Marshall died, yet I never received a picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. Please describe it. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl is putting all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Come on, Edgeworth. So mean. I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. The evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over. The thing flipping. Oh, it's funny. Ba-bum. What's this? That's the picture I drew. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's obvious what had happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Good? Miss Sky, did you draw your picture on the back of... Why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, and that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, there must be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. He never flipped the list over. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It is that thing. That thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Very well, witness, will you please testify about the picture you drew? Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your eye. Thanks to that, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense now may begin cross-examination. This is the picture I drew. Flash. Did you draw this right after the incident? I think it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Memory should have been fresh in her mind. Can you please tell us why the picture is painted all black? Flash lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So at the time you didn't know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. What happened after the lightning flashed? I must have fainted. I mean, you didn't see the actual murder take place. No, I'm sorry. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? This is the exact scene. Was it influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Well, she claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Bam, 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 bam. Marshall, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss another 10 minutes. Weapon found was missing tip. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Stabbed in the back. Flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contradicts a blatant contradiction. Contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contains the contradiction? Okay. That wasn't it. So confused. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. You and I don't need to look closely to see that. But look at the evidence. The murder weapon, its tip is broken too. Tip was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. The tip was discovered undeniably within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if I was sure she remembered it correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this inconsistency. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? Treading on thin ice. All I'm saying is that maybe this broken knife tip may be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once more to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marsh questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecuting Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. The man was really holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? There is another one. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't be explained, just a simple observational error. I wish the drawing wasn't just square. I wish it was like jagged to show it was a broken tip or something like that. That would have been a lot more obvious. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then you would have other information about this other broken knife? Murder weapon was already prior, there's only one way. The real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. I'm sure this must be amusing to you, Mr. Wright. May I remind you that the fate of Lana Sky hangs in the balance. The murder weapon was already broken. The real murder weapon. My lawyer badge. Okay, I actually have no clue what it is. The real murder weapon. Dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident. Only the fragments inside Chief Scant has lines on it. Would it be this? The image with the... The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here in this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ugh. It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Aha! They should have given it to me for the other one. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. Oh. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Emma? I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? Could you show me the evidence list again? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All the time I've been trying so hard to forget, I must have locked this part deep away inside me. Please tell us what you've recalled. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure I saw his shadow. Most certainly unusual. The chief of detectives hadn't designed him until this year. I mean, he didn't exist. Please, don't pursue this any further. Speaking of this, please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Defense will now begin cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Ooh, okay. When you say that, man, I assume you're referring to Joe Dark. At least, I think it was him. All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecution office's records. Panic and rush towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. But as we theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think is I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Alright, what happened next? There's a flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Of course, see, I even drew a picture of him. Blue badger didn't exist, it's all quite verifiable. I had this nagging feeling I had seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So, I mean, you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all? I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. It may well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Suppose you have an explanation? By all means, tell us what you think the shadow really is. What was that thing? Who is the blue badger really? Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this, yet she's sure she saw it. Yet she's sure she saw its shadow. God. It is the defense's belief that on that fateful day, there was indeed something that looks similar to the blue badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. What is it they show us this mystery blue badger look-alike? Yeah, it would have to have been the vase if you position it like that. Like that. Present. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But what exactly is that? I believe it's a sort of jar, but that doesn't look anything. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Correct angle to view this from. Allow me to remind the defense, its case can't match the shape, we gotta find the right angle. Oh god. Rotate left. Isn't it this? Yeah. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Can't be. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. You see, this changes everything. Why would there be a jar flying through the sky? What's the difference now that we know the defense saw this jar? It's... What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon is the same. The murderer is different. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add. Yes, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? The location of the jar is shown in a picture on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found behind Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's those two facts that reveal exactly what transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes, why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was? Finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Now tell me, what else could have set the jar flying? It had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what transpired in the room. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nonetheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. What's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, Emma killed Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh, damn. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Damn. What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? Are you sure you, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you happen to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to show proof. Tell me, do you have any proof that... conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. If we don't have evidence, they'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. But we do have evidence. We have evidence. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life in one manner or the other. The only possibility. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Count me mistaken. Purpose is not to accuse Anima of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. The Blue Badger. See, can I speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like somebody wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments are not wiped away. There's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that the dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. All we need is to connect the dots and the victim's message will become apparent. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Connect the dots to make letters. There's only one thing that the victim could have written, his murderer's name. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant? Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't a cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on in the prosecution's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! Order me a sandwich. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Damn. This is the last day of the trial, too. Managed to squeak through that barely. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. And there he goes. Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, making a detective turn around, run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Taking Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time. You asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. It's the second rule. If you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Haven't you figured out yet why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat despite all these allegations thrown at me? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility has all been ruined with the forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. Now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well... Normally this is where, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. I think I may have manipulated the witnesses. It's just that, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor, I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. What do you say? Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. We accept. Defense may call forth the next witness. I do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. This is the last person, so it has to be Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. What does he have to do? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel like we should hear what he has to say about it. And as luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He'd also have been the least likely to be manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. It's name and occupation. What is this, some sort of practical joke? I was on my way to lunch. Name and occupation. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. You want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine, my name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Acting? I thought he was chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requires to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. I mean the time that Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Witness may now begin his testimony. Why would he kill Goodman? As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. A ceremony was held at the police department that day. I'd say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. He slipped up. Power outage didn't help either. The two of you ran immediately after him. Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Apparently, he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were these two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. But Lana didn't say... as she did that. She said she immediately grabbed Emma and left the room. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. Found the body near Lana's desk. It was my suit of armor that stabbed the prosecutor. Anyway, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, right? If you're gonna stare at anything, you better be better off staring at the court record. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Gotta link Gant to the incident. Found in Chief Gant's safe, evidence for something but what bears Emma Skye's prints. Final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. Either of these should work. A list of the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found on Gant's desk. That could also work. Let's do the jar. Claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, this evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. See, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation. Gant, what is the meaning of this? Here's a defense attorney who might even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so too. Isn't that right, Wortho? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. By the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Okay. What are you gonna spring up now? What was it now, a jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they were if they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. When investigating crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. I believe I will press charges so you don't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Okay. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Can't prove that you didn't carry in the evidence. You can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof of the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking when Wright's prints are found. Yeah, if they're found inside my safe, that would prove his investigation was illegal. Can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. Not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. By saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation, it would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. And wouldn't that be convenient? Chief isn't talking about a possibility. Chief is talking about a possibility, so as long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however, being clever as they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. I think you can look me in the eye and say that, because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I would care for the word murder here. But in the end, it was Emma Skye. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one large benefit you've reaped from this. What is the benefit? That would have to be the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of SL9 secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. That's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yeah, he was gonna be made chief anyway. Careful of pointing that finger, you might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Edgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem kind of lax enough on yourself, though. It's a good one, Worthy. Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No. Can't think of how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? He wouldn't have helped anyone. It would have been somebody helping him. Or who would ask the chief for help. Yeah. Somebody did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. Appears the defense has nothing else. Chief, would you repeat your testimony from the beginning? Point out accompliceness. Might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Very well then. Who's this person you think Gant may have helped forge evidence? Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. How would he benefit from all this? He'd be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet. Yeah. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. Which would that be? Of course I'm talking about the death of Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, Chief Gant is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is a serious affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth had said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Let's see. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Goodman. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? A safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Hey, we broke him. Yeah. Fuck this guy. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want. When you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be there with you on that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. I hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. We need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of crime. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report, and he would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in the possession of the report, which means you can't be sure that if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Needed to, yes, to transfer the evidence out. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. I'm surprised I caught that. Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I could have done that. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to this record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Goodman, It would have been found on his body. So he had to return it to him too. Or the murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose a police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, and everyone was aware Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. So you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this dead body to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Show us this evidence. To move the body, the chief used this. What is something that I haven't used that was taking up space? The screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that, a screwdriver? What does that have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because I was asked to go by Chief Gant. Told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After that ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, what's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But this cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're just gonna run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, have any concrete proof? Proof that Gant murdered Goodman and made Skye dispose of his body. Gant, no. Piece of cloth. That's probably his outfit or something. From Miss Guy explains the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Evidence? God. Evidence that Goodman was killed. Time of death between 4 and 5:30. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. The memo. On a cell phone, the word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma. That's not concrete enough. Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. IDs of all who entered the evidence room. It's not concrete. There was blood. Locker, jar, Marshall's fingerprints, security video. Perpetrator Joe Dark, Jones, Knight, Kirby, Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall, Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana and Emma Sky. Executive investigators Gant and Lana Sky, head investigators Bruce Goodman, investigator Jake Marshall, Angel Star. This isn't concrete. This is motive. It's circumstantial. I don't think it's concrete. I'm stumped. Do I have concrete proof? I have to have concrete proof. Otherwise, I'm just screwed. Do I have any concrete proof that he killed Goodman? I didn't realize I can save in the middle. What happens if I say I have no proof yet? It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations. It seems Lady Luck was on my side again. I'll leave the rest to you. Poof he goes. Warned you earlier, this is an affront to our senior officers. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We have yet to honor and have the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Lana Skye. Have you forgotten the defense is the one calling witnesses? Such a witness exists. Defense calls forth Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with certain someone's orders. Prosecution has no objections. All that thinking just for me to be like, nah, I got nothing. Final resets. Court is now in the reset. Hold on, Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. That's a good Lana. I don't think you need me telling you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Thanks for your help, Edgeworth. Chief, he's something else, eh, pal? Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office. Sure, I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Maya? Still, it looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's he always got the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. Chief, this is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything, too. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That's why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It was all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may not be able to fool anyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. It's time to end this. Alright, I should be able to get through this. Trial Ladder 2. Now then, defendant, please take the stand. Miss Lana, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you, but Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done the past 2 years. Please provide your court with your testimony. Remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Your testimony, if you will. First, let's start with your relationship with Chief Gant. The only chance we have against Gant. Gant of the fabrication. I worked just alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail story. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. This is true. That means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. Whenever she speaks stiffly, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's screaming in agony. Come on, Lana. Just tell the truth. It would be so much easier. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years? Ever since I made senior detective, I was 24, so that would be 5 years. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail story. Think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me just as much yesterday in jail. Still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useful as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricated all the evidence 2 years ago myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister was also his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable in self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. It's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found the body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken Prosecutor Ward knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. I mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark. Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. It was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. On the final scene, what did you do? Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, placed it inside the wound, and then moved the body. You moved the body, and you put the tip of the knife? Why? Why? Had a good chat on your shoulders. Why'd you plant the knife? Even you should be able to figure it out. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Why'd you move the body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why'd you move it there? The reason is simple. broke off the piece. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Why? Why would you break off the tip of the knife? I knew the tip of the weapon being found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Leaving it that way might point the blame away from Dark. Felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound, because I hated Dark for what he did. When you should have been seeing where was the body, by Gant's desk. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yeah, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark had committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, had been shattered. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Completed this fabrication completely alone. I think it was broken afterwards. It had to have been broken afterwards. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction. My testimony. You testified the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened your plan. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight. See, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. The prosecutor must have written on it in his final moments. This is where a contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Nope. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. I immediately noticed blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to make it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments are so large, I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one to wipe away the message of blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Immediately noticed blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No, if I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. If I had known, I would have... Lana, you do that for me? It seems like you two might make up yet. Anyway, I barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Afraid this action never reveals what really happened. I really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall. He wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else would I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't any time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. The fragments are so large, I'm sure I got them all. How could you have seen with the power out? It should have been pitch black. Detective is always prepared. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carried that bottle of emergency luminol. Never miss anything, I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Didn't have any excuse. Still plenty of time to make up. We've got to the bottom of the incident. This day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up the fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out one of the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Immediately noticed the blood traces, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to make it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Wiped away the blood. It was dark in the room. Immediately noticed blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room, didn't have time to make it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large. I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But they weren't wiped clean. This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of. I found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. It's Chief's safe, but how? Something even more disturbing about the final piece, there was still blood on it. The witness just testified that she gathered each piece and wiped the blood off them, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Couldn't the defendant simply missed a piece? Afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. May well be, but everyone makes mistakes. One time, even once I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Oh my god. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. Proceeded to break up the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question is, was that action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the crime scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined her to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminate Dark, sparing Emma. Therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. You didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? I guess you do seem like someone who would twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Oh, final testimony? When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. The book? Anna said she gave it to you this morning. Oh, and now it's a book, huh? Pio. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. A piece cut out from his vest. Could it be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. Those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flesh out the real murderer. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the... Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What now? You want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. That's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. So what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, am I sure to be made out as the murderer? Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence presented now, if you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one who shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. fingerprint. Whoever it was, they must have a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically. Person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over the hand. That would account for this amount of oil. As it happens, I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed. But why would it have been cut off? Fuck it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. What? You lie. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show it? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints were on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You don't mean you had this in your safe? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Walked right into my trap. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't let you pin me up as the murderer. Tell you what really happened. I mean, you admit to it. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would seek my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go off and wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate this message on the jar too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. Meaning that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up. I know you have it. What are you waiting for? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding this cloth that you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Is it really just Emma? God, I would hate for it to be Emma. Yeah, I'm locked into this. I can't go back. Bloodstains on either piece are just spots, but this one's a line. It's the pot. It's still the pot. There's no way he could have gotten up. It's the pot. Your opinion, please? I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. What? You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? Let me verify this one more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this from the cloth. At least you finally brought it out to the open. There's a handprint. Your Honor, the prosecution requests this immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. To think about it, Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Why would he be reluctant to do so? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Whose fingerprints are they? Person whose fingerprints these belong to is Emma Sky. They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Damn, I thought there was gonna be another way through that. Really something, Righto. You knew the girl did it all along, and yet you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you monster? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like you really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet, but I'm afraid it is over. Not only this trial, but your career too. Purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor girl into a murderer? Damn, stone cold. Before I do that, there's one thing I have to clear up. What is that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Gant, you're right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains crucial contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Is it the photo that it should have been covered in blood? What exactly is this supposed to be? The picture Miss Sky took, take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But that piece of cloth, it's clean. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. Most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky? picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name in the jar with the victim's blood, a jar they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, to make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this piece of bloodless cloth out of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you are the actual murderer. Damn. We did it. We did it. Objection. Oh ho ho ho. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute? See, this piece of cloth is illegal evidence. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Edgy? Earlier, old Righto concealed that piece of cloth. What's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? I don't have any evidence I could present at this point in time. That's true, the defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece was illegal evidence. You really think you could best me in court? It looks like the last lap's on you. Yeah, but it wasn't relevant yet. It wasn't relevant yet, so I didn't need to present it. Well, Edgeworth, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Do you admit it, that you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing more than a coward. There's only one issue left in this trial to be resolved. Is this evidence legal or not? Earlier you refused to present. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation, do it now. This is my proof, Your Honor, evidence law. Done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. You see, it's written right here in the book, the second rule of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but as you can recall, when was this picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You confessed yourself a certain truth. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece out of the victim's vest? Oh yes. It was then you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. Damon Gant, the killer was you. He's insane. This guy's insane. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card, tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Could you please reopen the investigation, Chief? I can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking out the evidence, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, the accursed knife. Couldn't just pull it out. So, doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start from somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? Sorry, couldn't just think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You made a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Goodman's locker? Felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. We never figured out what the glove was for anyways. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I gotta hand it to them, they do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you guys try to go at it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example for others on the force. Sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. See, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right, when this trial is over, I'll tell everything. And all I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up till today. It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. Aww. He's trippin'. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as his accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date. I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, at least she's not guilty of murder. The trial has gone too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. I knew Gant was weird. Although I thought Marshall had something to do with it initially, but no. It's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of murder she didn't commit. That's not it. Just after the trial ended, I could see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. That's not what she said. She just said Mia. Oh, she started smiling. That's what it was. To you too, Edgeworth. Suffered as much as I, you've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Aww. She's sad that she didn't get to talk to her sister. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, making a detective run around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me... Lighten up, kid. I'm only kidding. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago... it's a package. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by just distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there where we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He's so angry. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Yeah, that hit him. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight a crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime, I'd need my own... of my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You're working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah. Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The evidence list. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had half the evidence list, I had the other. Apart, we couldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. It didn't happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. Ta-da! And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Oh, don't go trekking off there yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's a little matter to be resolved about the prosecutor. She isn't supposed to be out of jail. I thought you said it was okay. Maybe okay, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Come on, guys, let's go. Alright. I gotta go feed the dogs. I'm gonna leave this running. But then I'm gonna head off once it ends. So, thanks everyone for coming by. Goodbye, good night. Stay safe. I'll see you next time.